Welcome back to HoI3 HPP. I'm Captain Yellowfin, and we are testing the E-patch of HPP on very hard, playing as Japan. It is April 10 of 1937, and we are picking up right after provoking war with China. After the Marco Polo Bridge incident, and I have thought about this a little bit, and actually I think I made a bit of a mistake of triggering the event when I found it in the national decisions, because I didn't actually prepare it at all. I just clicked it because I don't really know why. I just wanted to go ahead with the timeline. So we're now at war with the Republic of China, and of course we get these messages now saying that Shaanxi and Xibei Sanma honor their military alliances with the Republic of China, so we're at war with them as well. So why was it a mistake? Well, I haven't prepared it at all in terms of moving troops. We have 7 divisions covering the border. This is the army group in control here, and it doesn't have a leader. So we because we also actually, just before, as you can see, if we select the division, you see that they are disorganized. Of course, they are not fully mobilized because, well, war just broke out, or was just triggered. Let's see. Interesting, we can't scroll up. I guess save games don't preserve messages. Right, so as you can see, the divisions are disorganized, and the reason for that is that we unassigned pretty much all leaders and reassigned them. We've spent quite some time last stream reorganizing the army, which is largely done now. Of course, this also gave us some immersion breaking names. Of course. I'm not sure how to deal with that. I'll probably rename these cores over the course of the stream. I mean, it's not game breaking, but I like to have some sort of immersion. Why I don't like in this case Japanese names intermixed with English standard designators. As far as I can tell, Homengun, and I apologize if I'm butchering that, translates to army. Probably Ichigun should be army group then. And I know that this is a modded order of battle, so the person who created the HPP order of battle also assigned these names. And from what I know, they've researched the original historical order of battle. So we're gonna go I think we should try to keep within these identifiers. The thing is, there aren't these two cores are in the original order of battle. And it is possible some armies didn't use core really as a, like, the same way Western armies did. Instead they used so-called armies, but strength-wise these armies translated to cores in the West. I'm not following this historical tradition because I would just simply give up one level of bonuses to my units. As we know, the corps commander, I believe it is the division commander, passes on 100% of his traits, the corps commander 50%, the army commander 25%, and so on and so forth. And then the skill level also plays into that. And if the numbers are incorrect, it's still true that by just not using the core level, we would still give up whatever benefit they, or whatever bonus they pass on to their subunits. I'm not going to do that. Even if an army didn't use a core level, I will use one against historical evidence in an Hearts of Iron 3 game. Anyway, so we are at war with China, with nationalist China. We have 7 divisions here, mostly infantry, as we can see. This is one of the better infantry divisions that we have. 3 infantry brigades, or regiments, probably, as the Japanese would have called them. Then we have a battalion of assault engineers and a support brigade with artillery, anti-tank weapons, and anti-air guns. Then we have a regular infantry division here, and I should add also that this order of battle, 3 brigades and 1 motorized support unit, is what I came up with. I did look up a website with historical orders of battles, and the one for Japan actually showed that Japan did have quite a number of divisions that had 4 brigades and 1 support, or 4 regiments of infantry, and then 1 brigade of support units, which is called a quadruple division, I believe. And this one would be a triangular division, having 3 regiments of the main arm. This one is a triangular one as well, but instead of assault engineers, it does have a infantry tank battalion. This one does have assault engineers. Then we have a cavalry division, which is not something I remember seeing in this historical order of battle. This one is another one with infantry support tanks, and then we have a motorized infantry, a triangular motorized infantry division. So we do have some slight deviations from historical orders of battles, but that's okay. We don't necessarily have to be completely true to historicity. Anyway, we have these 7 divisions here, and then we have a bunch more divisions, of course, in the rest of the Kwantung army. Which we see here. And if we get rid of all the HQs, of course you can see the disorganized state of the army right now. That's because pretty much all commanders were assigned very recently on the... So let's get rid of the HQs. What I'm trying to do now is to get an overview of what I have, what sort of troops I have. These here with this little marker, with this flag that you can see in the round, the circular surface here. That's a expeditionary corps that is basically given to me by my puppet of Manchukuo. And we have some militia divisions here, triangular militia divisions. This one is a binary militia division, but it does have a support regiment. And so there's this one, and then we have a triangular cavalry division with the HQs. Well, so a total of 5 divisions. Didn't really mean to get rid of the divisions, merely of the HQs, but it doesn't matter. I believe it's one more cavalry division. Okay. One more. I think it's one more militia division. Anyway, so these are the units that we have. It's 26 divisions. And I think we're going to bring in some of those, weakening a bit our defenses or our border forces in the northeast. And I'm primarily thinking of bringing in full strength infantry divisions rather than garrison divisions and cavalry divisions. I think it would make more sense to leave these units for surveilling the border. We also have a few divisions available in Taiwan. It's basically a corps, roughly. Maybe 2 corps, strength-wise. A few more cavalry brigades, or cavalry regiments, total of 4. And then 3 triangular infantry divisions. We have more units on the mainland. We have a light armor division, or what eventually should become a fully fledged light armor division. This is a division in reorganization, so we're not going to consider it. It doesn't have a commander either. We have a triangular motorized infantry division. 3 more cavalry regiments here. The garrison will stay as it is, the Home Island Defense Force. Same with these other garrisons that you can see all over. Then we have another infantry division. This one is going to be brought in as well. Probably the cavalry. We have the Marines. Those will be certainly shipped over. I actually have a plan, which might be, we'll discuss a little bit later. Then we have 2 more infantry divisions. Those will be used as well. And that's pretty much it for all the Japanese forces that we have. Right now, of course we have some forces in the South Pacific or in the West Pacific, garrisoning several naval bases. And if we look at the current military production or training, we are constantly training Marine brigades as we want to expand our naval landing forces. We are also training some additional support units for infantry divisions, and we are training an infantry brigade, which I believe those 4 infantry brigades are meant to complete infantry divisions that still lack the 3rd infantry regiment. And I apologize, of course, for constantly saying infantry brigade when I mean to say infantry regiment. Again, a regiment is usually a regiment and brigade are usually roughly of the same size depending on era and army, but a brigade is usually used for a military formation that consists of several different types of arms. So in a brigade you would have a cavalry battalion, an infantry battalion, maybe a light tank battalion, and then a support battalion. And a regiment, an infantry regiment, would consist of 3 or 4 or whatever the army's setup is, units of the same type, 3 or 4 battalions of the same type, of the same arm. So 4 infantry battalions would make up 1 infantry regiment. Regiment, same weapon or same type of arm, and brigade, different arms working together. So strictly speaking, this should be called an infantry regiment. We are building bombers and surface ships and fighters, even some IC, but not, as you can see, not too much, not too many ground units. If we select all Japanese land units, and if we exclude all headquarters, but include the expeditionary force, we can get a quick overview over our strength. And it'll become clear, especially seeing the many garrison divisions that we have, that the Japanese Imperial Army is not very mobile at the moment, and because garrisons of course are not really offensive forces. They are, depending on how you look at them, it's a big discussion on the forums of HPP. The garrison units are, they can be anything from fortress, the fortress occupation, basically the fortress crew, the people manning a fortress, to second line infantry, to border guards, to some type of protective infantry. Not regular infantry though. Now we have, I think I removed all HQs from the selection without removing any divisions. So we see we're left with 66 division size units. Now we have 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 24 roughly of those 66 land units are garrison divisions. That's more than a third. And we have some 2 regiment strong infantry brigades, cavalry brigades. No, that was completely wrong. We have 2 regiment strong cavalry divisions without support. Quite a number of those. They are very good at fighting rebels and uprisings and all sorts of trouble along the supply lines in the rear areas of a conflict zone. So that's good to have them around, but they will not add much offensive power. And then we have a bunch of infantry divisions, even some motorized infantry. We have one division with a light armor regiment. I thought there is a second one, or the second one is in training. Yeah, there are two. There are two divisions with one light armor regiment and 2 cavalry regiments. No support either. That's pretty much it for our forces. So it's not a very big army at the moment. That's something that we need to keep in mind. Nevertheless, we have maybe a bit prematurely triggered a war with national China. That's maybe a strength of ours. We have an air force that's not too shabby looking. It's not yet where I want it to be. But I have to say, actually our air force is still pretty split up. Under the Home Islands Command, we have a squadron of fighters, a squadron or air fleet of heavy bombers. We have a transport squadron, and we have a medium bomber squadron, and another squadron of fighters. And then under the Kwantung Army, the forces in China, we have more fighters, more medium bombers, a total of 3 squadrons of close air support, transport plane, and another wing of fighters. And then of course we have the Imperial Navy, which also needs commanders in certain fleets and squadrons. So maybe I should quickly take care of this. Want to assign some commanders here. We need a commander for our carrier fleet. We also haven't really taken care of the Navy organization. So the fleets, as you see them, are pretty much what we inherited in 1936. But we'll have time to reorganize them. Later on. The commanders for our transports. Haven't seen. Oh, they're here. Submarines. They are the submarine flotillas. Do have commanders. Most of them do have the Seawolf trait. We'll deploy the Navy, of course. think that pretty much covers most of it. The first army is here right on the border, and the army group here doesn't have a commander. Let's take care of this quickly. We have a skill 3 army commander here. So let's just promote him and make him the army group commander. This is the I've learned that this means Korea in Japanese. So this here is actually the Korean army. They have one division reforming. And we have the 5th army covering Far East basically. And then we have, I believe this could mean Northern Manchukuo army covering the very north. And then we have this little group here. That's actually the expeditionary force of Manchukuo, which is tasked with guarding basically the west of Manchukuo against Mongolia. Now let's select the units that will be shipping over, and let's think about my idea. The idea of actually landing in the rear of the Chinese front. As we can see, China has lined the border with a lot of divisions. I believe we were spying on China, but they have increased their counterintelligence efforts. I've set China on a high priority whenever I last adjusted the intelligence policy here. And I've set my spies to spy on the Chinese military. Unfortunately, right as we as I foolishly and pretty not really thinking about consequences declared or provoked war with them, their efforts made it so that we don't really know much about their military situation. And I remember that this used to be different. At one point I was able to tell, you know, maybe not the number of brigades or regiments, but I was able to tell which cities were guarded with military units and which weren't. However, I believe we should be able to beat them. Traditionally, China wasn't seen, or isn't to be seen, as a strong military power. So we should be able to mount a landing in one of these Chinese ports. I believe Qingdao is a candidate, Shanghai is a candidate, very strong candidate, because it also has an airport. Another one would be Fushu. Hopefully I pronounced this somewhat correctly. There are other ports, of course. Guangzhou would be another candidate. This one here, yes, but it's not really where I need it. I think Shanghai is would be a prime target. This one, Qingdao, would have the advantage of being somewhat close to the prospective front line, which means I could provide additional air support with this airport being somewhat close. However, Of course, we also have our long-range bombers. They're currently stationed in Tokyo. Their range is, it doesn't say. However, we can see that we're upgrading two large fuel tanks, increasing their range even further. Their range currently is doesn't say. Interesting, I thought. Is it true that they must show range somewhere? Mission max range, 1300 kilometers. But I believe this is with the new technology that we just researched. So as they are still upgrading, we might be on the old level, which I believe was 1000 kilometers. So even if we don't get a airport close to the front line, we will still easily be able to. Actually, some of our medium bombers might be able to do this. 474 kilometers. It doesn't say the range here. That's weird that it doesn't say the range in the unit interface at all. Or I'm blind. Their range is 18. Yeah, that'll be possible. So naval bombers and medium bombers and the long-range bombers, or heavy bombers as they're called here, will be able to support Japanese troops, as we're hopefully will be advancing. However, now first of all, let's reinforce the front line of our newly created conflict. Once we have done that, we will prepare the invasion. We'll have to deploy the Air Force and we'll have to deploy the Navy. Let's first take care of any problems in the order of battle. We have grouped or collected all naval assets under a Imperial Japanese Navy HQ. I'm not sure, of course this is a land force HQ, so whatever benefits or whatever bonuses this commander has, I don't think they will really be of any use, but it's nice to have a bit more of an overview here. Of course we could use this here to organize or to command our air force. Then again, I don't know, I think this is more here. I don't see what kind of units are in it. I have to remember, in this case, Japanese identifiers. Yuso Kanta, I remember as transports. That must be destroyers already. Yeah, so we could do is we could collect all air assets, or we could just leave them under the other HQ. I believe we'll do this. Those are the Pacific Island garrisons. We can safely ignore them, except for this army here. We'll bring this division over. We'll bring in the 3rd Army from Taiwan. We could hold the 3rd Army in reserve, I was just thinking, as it is in Taiwan. We could use it to reinforce any landings that we make. So we have the 3rd Army that we can use. then we have a whole bunch of divisions directly under the Homeland High Command. Actually, historically, the Daihone was the supreme command of all land forces. So technically, this Kanto Shiatagun, the Kwantung Army, should be underneath the Daihone. I believe that's it. There was actually only the Navy HQ and the Land HQ. The Air Force didn't have its own HQ. So technically this was not theater of its own, but it was an army group or some type of HQ underneath the Daihone. This is just a historical side note. Then we have a bunch of divisions sitting in different ports on the mainland. I will pick those up. We have the 9th Corps with 2 infantry divisions and a cavalry division, which will pick up. So will be shipped over. And then we have the forces of the Kwantung Army. Okay, so let's get started here. This infantry division will detach and it will strategically redeploy to the front line, or towards the front line anyway. The other 2 divisions will remain in place for now. We have the 4th Corps with 3 infantry divisions. I think we'll detach the entire corps. And send it south with its divisions. Which has basically stripped the northern Manchukuo army of most of its fighting power. Then we have the 5th Army guarding the far east. And we have the Korean Army. I will detach this garrison division. Attach it directly to the Korean Army. We'll detach the reduced 8th Corps. Send it west. That takes care of the Korean Army. And then we have the I'm not quite sure what the translation is here, but I would say 5th Corps something something B and 5th Corps something something A. Maybe we should simply detach these infantry divisions and have them head west as well. There's an actually incomplete infantry division. We'll also detach this one. That's pretty much all the forces that we can commit right now. We have a few more divisions to pick up on the main island. Which we will obviously do. But that's pretty much it. We'll have to make do with these divisions. Let's gather the transports. I believe some are already here. We have one fleet that we can send to Okita to pick up the infantry division. Then we're not going to bother with any garrison units. The HQ will stay here, so we're basically the only division left. The idea was to train this one, or to retrain these regiments into motorized infantry, I believe, to form eventually a fully fledged light armor division. But for the moment, we need all the firepower we can get on the front lines. So these transports. These, I don't know why. Must have misclicked and loaded up the one of the garrison divisions. Anyway, so the light armor is in here. We can send this fleet to Yokohama to pick up actually, yeah, we'll pick up the Marines as well. We can always mount a naval invasion. It doesn't really matter whether we come from the Japanese mainland or from one of the Korean or Chinese ports, or maybe even Dalian. So we'll rebase to Yokohama. And the transport fleet that's going to pick up this infantry division will pick up more infantry divisions along the west coast of Japan. And we should have more transports somewhere. Here, we have 10 more transports here. Here we can load the motorized infantry division. The light armor division. Hope that they were loaded into the same transport fleet. Yes, they were. So let's ship these two divisions over already. These two divisions, I don't want them to do that. I will use my navy to redeploy them faster. I believe we should do the same here. What about this distance? 640 kilometers this way. There's not really difference. We'll just leave it as it is. Okay, so that takes care of a lot of the troop movements. We still have these, we have 3 infantry divisions here. I'm not really counting with the cavalry, although we will be able to redeploy some of the cavalry divisions. eventually, I suppose we don't need... It's better to use one of these cavalry divisions on the front line than having it sit in Taiwan doing nothing. We'll probably also not throw all the units into combat right away, as we are planning the naval invasion, because I'll probably not be able to just do it with Marine Division. Now let's take care of the Air Force and the Navy. We have submarines in Truk, in Quailine, and that's it. Okay. Those are some of our oldest submarines according to the technical information I see here. Kadai 4 class, Kadai 6 class, Kadai 3 class. Those are even older, very weak engines. I'm not quite sure. And I'm not quite sure which ones are actually the oldest. 6,000 PHP, 6,000, 6,800 PHP. About those 9,000 and let's redeploy the second submarine flotilla to a good port here. I think Nagasaki is a good port. We'll have one destroyer flotilla convoy raid in the Japanese Sea. I'm gonna see if we can interrupt any trade between China and the Soviet Union. Probably also assign some forces. Well, we'll see. The effect. The third destroyer flotilla will convoy raid in the Strait of Tsushima. Then we have, this is a big port in Sasebo. What kind of units do we have here? We have a carrier group here. Let's have this carrier group patrol the Chinese coast. I would say this is called the southern, this is called the Chinese Sea, or the Yellow Sea. We'll have this fleet patrol the Chinese Sea or the Yellow Sea. We have an additional destroyer flotilla here. We'll have them convoy raid area. And of course we have a large naval base in Hiroshima. I believe this is an old destroyer flotilla. We'll have them basically on Coast Guard duty. Maybe train up some commanders. And then we have a battleship fleet. I don't think we'll send them into battle like this. They should be regrouped. We have another carrier fleet with lots of attached destroyers. Let's remove most of these destroyer flotillas. Some older light cruisers. Let's remove some of the more modern light cruisers from this squadron. Okay. Maybe one more light cruiser. Okay. And we have a nice still too much. For him to handle. Yes, we could promote him, but I don't know, the whole mechanic is broken a bit in my opinion. Well, then we'll just remove another destroyer flotilla. Leave it like this. This carrier the carrier air groups don't have leaders. Unfortunate. None of these carrier air groups have leaders. Very unfortunate. Okay, we'll wait. First we want to find out more on the deployment of the Chinese Navy. We have a whole bunch of destroyer flotillas here, old destroyers, as far as I can tell. 29 kilometers per hour and a range of only 3,600 kilometers. And a bunch of heavy cruisers, and our commander and command 12 ships, currently 19 being in his squadron. So let's remove some of the older destroyers. Take a quick look. The cruisers. There was a discussion on the forums on what a destroyer flotilla is, and the consensus is that it's between 4 to 5 and 8 to 10 ships, which on the lower end would make them actually destroyer divisions instead of destroyer flotillas. I think we can leave this like this. We could have this fleet patrol area. Okay, so now I think we pretty much have covered. Yeah, those are the areas that we're patrolling. We should be patrolling inside the Yellow Sea as well. We do have more flotillas available to do that. Let's create a similar force here. Heavy cruisers, not to determine their how modern they are. This one looks pretty modern. we need to reduce number of ships here. Not quite sure what it means when we're over the limit. We'll find out eventually. Okay, so pretty much patrolling entire northern Chinese coast. There are a few more ports that we could be patrolling in front of. We could redeploy the other carrier fleet, which maybe we should eventually find a good name for. Let's rebase it to Taipei, or no, this is Guangxiong. And see, maybe we can be patrolling this area as well. We'll certainly also use the Air Force. We'll certainly try to blockade China entirely from trading overseas. We'll also have the submarines, and we'll of course closely monitor any activity. As we have a lot of destroyers, have this flotilla rebase. We'll use them to patrol even further away, and depending on the results of that, we'll deploy more forces. Now let's deploy the Air Force. First, we don't have... yes, we do. We have naval bombers. They are under the Navy HQ. And where are they? They are in Tokyo. So we'll have them rebase. They have a range of the medium fuel tank. They have a range of roughly 1,000 kilometers at the moment. So if we station them in Taiwan, they should be able to cover the entire Chinese coast. Let's see. We can rebase them without... Yeah, we can rebase them, but if we rebase them that far, we'll lose organization. 50%, so we'll rebase within their range, which is called reserve for some reason. And we'll do the same again, and this way preserve organization. We don't have any other naval bombers. But we do have other air assets. We have fighters, transports, close air support, all of that in Dalian, which is a Japanese controlled city. Even tactical medium bombers. We have some fighters in Harbin. Okay. Their range is roughly 350 kilometers. So they're not of much use there. Our fighters do have some ground attack capability. Light fighters, that is. We're upgrading currently the light bombs. So their strategic attack, soft attack is 1.5. Probably work with the light bombers. For the most part. Our pilot training and ground crew training is old. It says 1918. I believe this was... Isn't this being researched? Oh, it is. It is being researched right now. This 1936 is the level that we have right now. Anyway, this airbase has 6 units based here. Let's use our medium bombers in the rear for interdiction. This may just give a an overview. Let's... Yeah, and then let's wait. Maybe it's better for organization to recover first. Yeah, we'll do the same with the strategic bombers and everything else. I think it's better to do that. Then we have, of course, to change something in production. We have to prioritize reinforcement. So we're mobilizing the army. At least for a moment. Then let's unpause the game. Okay, so the Chinese are immediately moving into our territory. We can do the same, of course. our transports are moving out, as well as our other naval assets, of course. Transports have arrived. Let's load up the Marines and let's move in some divisions. Or medium bombers are flying interdiction missions, and now of course they are, for some reason the Chinese are moving, I believe they're moving HQs away from the front line. So, okay, now we see what they have stationed in Beiping. Interestingly, their infantry is fully mobilized. Only their garrison is only partly mobilized. I'll send the expeditionary force by Machuco west as well to help with the defense. And we have I believe it was the destroyers. Yep, this commander gained a little experience from sinking a Chinese transport. And we have some squadrons rebasing. And we have found a Chinese fleet. Trying to find the Chinese. And we have destroyers redeployed here. We'll let them reorganize a little bit. And we have our first naval engagement, and we have lost a province to China. This was... Yep, these are these militia formations moving in. Now let's go... Okay, so... some of our transports are caught in a battle, but we also have heavy cruisers, light cruisers and destroyers nearby, engaging 3 Chinese light cruisers and a destroyer. We have some light bombers and we'll use them to support our own fleet, maybe. Chinese lost a light cruiser. Okay, so the Chinese fleet retreats into Qingdao. Our heavy cruiser squadron hardly took any damage. The Ashigara took a little bit of damage. And we engage the Chinese once more, which should mean their end. We managed to catch up with them. We sink 2 more light cruisers. Took a little more damage to the Ashigara. Some more transports are moving in, and we're sinking some enemy convoys. We have taken 1 Chinese province. Some border skirmishes taking place here. We have 2 more divisions. Let's move them to the front line. The light armor will move here, and the motorized infantry will move here, reinforcing that sector. Of course, they are still attached to the wrong HQ. Here we're ready to load up some infantry divisions. A Chinese fleet here. Something's moving. Let's cancel these naval strike missions. We can give fighter cover to our medium bombers. We have some additional transports moving in. We lose some more provinces in the north. That's additional infantry divisions. The Marines will stay back, they will stay in port. The light armor slash cavalry division will move south or west. We have found another fleet. Let's reattach the 2nd Cavalry Division to directly to the Supreme HQ. And we'll ship over 3 more infantry divisions. And we'll pick up the Core HQ as well. Now we'll drive back the Chinese. Counterattack this here. And we found a remaining, I believe, the remaining light cruiser. And we're engaging it with the carrier fleet, with the Akagi carrier fleet. Have the naval bombers naval strike. We've won the battle, driving back the Chinese. And we are also engaging the Chinese Air Force, Chinese medium bombers. And I set the convoys, the destroyer fleet here to convoy raiding in the south. We're not actually convoy raiding here. Maybe we should. We're driving the Chinese militia back here. But in the north, Chinese troops are still advancing. Of course, the redeployment, namely of the 5th Army and some other forces, is taking quite some time. Let's prepare some transports. One more engagement with the Chinese light cruiser. Manages to escape. And we get some intel on the Chinese coastal defense. Looks like if we strike early, we might be able... Doesn't look like Shanghai is very heavily defended. There are some fortresses. No coastal forts though. troops are mobilizing, so unit strength is increasing. I'm thinking about cutting off, maybe cutting off Chinese troop movements here. Problem is my forces are still fairly weak. In the area. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Currently we are shipping in a few divisions. 2 of them with assault engineers, so I'm thinking together with the Marines they could make up a force to try to take at least Shanghai. Currently a lot of the production and training is halted. In favor of reinforcements. Now that we're at war, are we actually... There are no better laws that we can trigger for the moment. Okay, the submarines have arrived. We have a gap here in convoy raiding. The Taiwan Strait. Cover this with these submarines. Convoy raiding up here is not very productive. We're not really catching anyone. Doesn't look like there are any Chinese trade routes going through here. We'll have the 8 destroyer flotilla. We'll rebase that one to Dalian. And have them convoy raiding in the Yellow Sea. Two more infantry divisions here. Sinking another Chinese transport. Those are regular infantry divisions. They will, of course... No. You should... simply be transported. Simply be transported. Okay, those are not too strong. The defenses that we have here, we're looking at. And the Manchukuan forces are moving in as well. In response to our redeployments, the Soviets are redeploying some forces. Checking on technology quickly. And actually as well in intelligence. We're not spying on the Soviet Union, but I think it would be good if we did. And we're also not investing too much into spies training at the moment. Okay, more divisions have arrived here. So the 9th Corps is assigned to the 2nd Army, which is already an existing HQ. Let's form a tank corps. Also under the 2nd Army. 2nd Army is taking care of coastal area for the most part. Now let's switch this around. 1st Army will be taking care of coastal and cities here. And 2nd Army will take care of more rural regions in the north. Maybe we should switch out this heavy cruiser so it can go back for repairs. This division will halt here, holding this territory for the moment. Those are some pretty strong divisions. I think our offensive and thereby also our stronger divisions should be focused in the south. Want to take away this port and the airport. We have our destroyer flotilla. Convoy raiding in the South China Sea. Our submarines are yet to sink any convoys. Let's go for a port strike. For a week, to see what's going on in Shanghai. Our heavy cruiser squadron arrived. Switch out the Ashigara for the Soyuza. And send the fleet back to patrol the area. Now, let's see, we have a lot of air assets here. Yeah, medium bombers are getting disorganized. How far? Okay, so we'll use our light bombers for interdiction. Various other bombing missions in the south. And we'll use the medium bombers for interdiction in the north. So the 9th Corps has arrived. I will take care of the northern flank. actually, I believe that's incorrect. Yes. These two divisions will stay back. They will be switched out for different infantry divisions. Should prioritize, of course, reinforcement of the Marine Division. Then we should mount rather soon, in my opinion, an attack on Shanghai. See if we can cause some problems. In the rear of the Chinese front line. I want to instruct my AI to increase the stockpiles of crude oil. As our fleets and air forces are moving, we use a lot of oil and fuel. Also rare materials. Should be increased. We do have oil storing problems, however. Metal and energy are looking good. We are importing metal from the Soviet Union, Chuco, and Peru. No rare materials though. Those seem to be quite hard to get right now. I was just making sure that the AI still has diplomats available. Try to conclude deals. Let's see if we can get something off the British. Transports are back. We'll send them to Tokyo. How's okay, so the demands for reinforcements are going down finally. Okay, so the Chinese are still where exactly are we fighting? Is us attacking them? Oh yeah, the Chinese are attacking here. The expeditionary force. And we still have a few divisions on the move, 3 here. Regular infantry divisions. 1 more here. And 1 more here. So 5 more infantry divisions. Let's say overall it's not looking too bad, but we are going to need more divisions eventually. A destroyer flotilla has arrived here. We'll use it to convoy raid. Okay, we'll soon have a closed front line here. I'm trying to see. Okay, that's second army. This division will move over, reinforce this province here. How are we doing in... Yeah, we have one fighter wing working, protecting our light bombers. We also have light bombers sitting around here, not doing much work. Okay, so only 4 militia brigades are right now defending Shanghai. To me, that means we should be moving quickly. The organization of the Marines isn't full yet. Neither is the organization of these assault divisions. And since I mistakenly redeployed them to the front line, we're also unable to do anything right now, so we have to wait more. The homeland is pretty much stripped right now. And the attack here, Chinese attack, is dying down as well. Okay, and that battle on the Mongolian border finally ended. They were bravely attacking with about 6,000 troops, or almost, or roughly 18,000 troops. That's the end of the Chinese incursion in the north. Transports have arrived back in Tokyo, so I think we should eventually try to drive them back here. So they've taken about 70 kilometers of Japanese-held territory. And we have made some small advances in the north of Beijing. After 2 weeks of fighting. Right now we're mostly just bombing their cities. Speaking of which, we do have long-range bombers. Now have fully reorganized. They are still upgrading the large fuel tank. So here's what we're going to do. We'll rebase them to Nagasaki. I have an idea. The 8 core somehow became orphaned. Doesn't have any... Not orphaned, it didn't lose its parents, it lost its children. These 2 divisions were reassigned to the 9th Corps. So the 8th Corps will now serve as a core for the invasion force. I intend to try to take Shanghai with these 3 divisions. We're almost back at full production, and the next submarine flotilla will complete, bringing 5 IC. Destroyer flotilla, the 24th, will complete in another 2 weeks roughly. And then in June, only the 1st Marine Brigade will finish. Well, the first one after the 3 regiments that we already have. In July, a carrier should finish. I see, we should rearrange production queue. This looks a bit more accurate, yes. One IC is wasted on reinforcements. Okay, that's good. Meaning reinforcements, the demand is going down further. We'll soon cover the entire front line with our own troops. So basically what we need is more ground forces. Number of which are ready. The submarine flotilla is ready. I don't know which were famous Japanese submarine bases. Japanese mainland. We'll place this one in Sasebo. And we should have any leader. Let's pick a low-level commander. And let's have it organize first before we do anything with it. Let's think about the 5 IC that were freed. Go over our research and technology first. Let's bring the research queue in order. Something isn't right here. Okay. So destroyer crew training will finish destroyers. Destroyer engine, anti-submarine warfare tactics, heavy fighter development, fleet submarine doctrine, etc. (1937). There is nothing to research except for potentially mountain infantry. I think yeah, we should consider researching this eventually. We could, in the armor tab, we could research for the development of infantry support tanks and light tanks. I think we should do that. In terms of escorts, yeah, story design principle. Capitals, there's nothing to do here right now. Bombers are good, fighters. We are researching the one project that would make sense. And we're researching the next level. No, I don't agree with that. Let's cancel these two projects in the industry tab. Instead, considering armor, let's research the infantry tank role as we're training these battalions. Let's research the deep operation. I think this is looking good. Researching the projects that make sense. The air tab could use some love, I think. We're a bit behind here in some air doctrines. But we don't have any more leadership to spare right now. So in terms of production, because of the Finnish submarine flotilla, 5 IC were freed. We could, in theory, continue building. Submarines. Why not? Go for it. Okay, these divisions in theory would be ready, but they are not fully organized. I have to wait a bit longer. Some land units that will need to complete certain divisions have finished. Taking care of some Chinese transports. We have another incursion of Chinese militia. Okay, the redeployment of the border forces is taking a long time, almost 3 weeks after the outbreak of hostilities. I'd like to move a bit faster. Yeah, the kingdom actually accepted our trade, so we are importing some rares, reducing the loss a little bit. Of course, it would be nice to be able to import more from anyone, really. There are some countries that offer some rares, but it's unlikely. Very unfortunate. Can't trade with Bolivia. No one. Let's go over the war goals. I will set a conquer war goal on Shibei Sanma. On the People's Republic. On Shaanxi. Tibet isn't at war. There are a few countries that are in the war with us. It's just Hubei, Sanma, Shaanxi, the Republic of China, and the People's Republic. And we recently tried to spy on the Soviet Union, but it isn't working. But at least on China we're now getting some military intel. This division will redeploy to the south. Okay, finally some additional divisions from the 5th Army are arriving. Okay, we have attached the core. Let's think about maybe we can drive back the Chinese. Nope, this isn't working. The 4th Corps will redeploy to the north, trying to stop problems that we're having here. And I clicked away some message. Right. We finished current level of destroyer crew training, so we'll cancel the one that's ahead of time. And now we have a choice. Do we continue our research in terms of air? We already have 4 projects here, so I'm voting to improve infantry support tanks. This will open up improvements to guns, engine, and so on. Now here, I think we should finally start with the assault on Beiping. We should get in. We should get in our light bombers. And we did redeploy long-range bombers. We haven't had any naval engagements in a long time. And what's unfortunate is that safe to conserve fuel and oil. What's unfortunate is that they don't automatically return to port when you cancel a fleet's mission. The Chinese are still moving units north. These two, the support brigade and the infantry support tank battalion, will be integrated into this division. Here we're having some issues fighting our way into the city. But we are making headway, ever so slightly. But we are having problems in the north. The infantry support brigade finish. First divisions, I believe those are militia, are retreating from the city. We are wasting 3 in IC. Let's create another 12 IC, however. Even more with the infantry support. Something is weird. An infantry regiment costs 2.77 in IC. 1.8. 3 times that would be 0.4. If I build an entire division somehow, that's much more. So it's cheaper. It's cheaper to build them like this. It's not really what I want. Yeah, I want this rather, I think. 3 regiments. Infantry. It takes 113 days. An assault battalion, nope. So I can't build more. I can build more, one more. Let's do that. Then the support regiment. That's 8.3 IC. How long is that gonna take? That's not going to take quite as long. Oh, it's taking longer than the brigades. But that's a total of 5.4, 6.31. 14.6. So that would probably be, that looks like more like it's more expensive than this one. Yeah, okay, so it's more expensive to build the individual brigades and to build the entire division. Okay, we'll do it like this. Okay, we're gaining the upper hand around Beiping, but we are being driven back in the north, but we have reinforcements here. And we have advanced the destroyer engine, and we'll keep researching it until it's up to date. Next project to finish is electronic engineering. Prioritize the infantry division over the submarines. And we have won the Battle of Beiping, and we have taken Beiping, which means we have an air base now. Some of which did get destroyed. That's okay. This is roughly 1 month after hostilities broke out. Now we have... Okay. This HQ is out of supplies for some reason. Last of the militia are upgrading to garrison, so that'll free some IC for good as well. And a new carrier will be ready in about 2 months. Right, so now we can forward deploy close air support. Okay, a Chinese fleet ventured out into the Strait of Taiwan. Okay, we are driven out of Wagon Kulut on the Mongolian border. A poorly built up province. Technically our expeditionary force that we got from Manchukuo was driven out. Wasn't able to hold the line here, but that's okay, we have reinforcements close by to take care of that problem. Meanwhile, the 25th and 5th motorized infantry divisions have taken the former Chinese capital. Now, let's see if we can do the same with Tianjin and obtain a port. I think it should be fairly straightforward. We are attacking 3 infantry divisions and 2 guard or garrison divisions. And okay, Republic of China is trying to storm our beach somewhere. Okay, in Okinawa. We'll send our heavy cruiser squadron. We'll send our naval bombers to attack aggressively. Those are carrier air groups. This should probably quickly be taken care of. The Chinese have actually 4 light cruisers, a destroyer flotilla, and some transports. Nevertheless, they don't stand a chance. We sink 3 light cruisers. The rest of the ships is fleeing. And I'll pursue with with everything actually, with the heavy cruisers and, well, the carrier group. The carrier squadron is already there. And their ships are already pretty damaged except for the light cruiser HoI. They lose the transport flotilla. Have the cruisers patrol here as well. See if they can reacquire the flotilla. Okay, we have taken Yonjin as well. Let's see if we can maintain advanced electronic engineering. Let's see if we can maintain the offensive dynamic here. We might have to wait. These divisions can move actually. They are somewhat low in organization. We'll move across with nope, that's not going to work. Now the first light armor division joins. The 24th destroyer flotilla finished. Give it a commander and work up. Yeah, submarine flotilla is almost organized now. Let's check in on convoy raiding. We're not convoy raiding in the Strait of Taiwan. We're catching some smugglers. Which nation? Smugglers from a neighbor nation have been caught here this week. What should we do with them? Send the cargo back. Liberia isn't exactly a neighbor. Liberia is very unimportant, so we'll go for the money, even though we don't really need the money. We have some pretty large fleets sitting around without a commander. Which isn't right, so we're going to correct it. I don't like that. We have a lot of commanders available. Now, we were also in the okay, now you can go back to convoy raiding. Just making sure we covered the entire Chinese coast. And we were in the course of reforming this division, giving it a support brigade and some infantry support tanks. We'll do that immediately, strengthening it. Let's load the division and let's move it to the south. To the freshly acquired port. We're still trying to cross the river here. And we're trying to stop the Chinese in the north. Good evening, Tiroy. How are you doing? The next attack on the Chinese territory is launched. We'll try to take Qinghai as well. Okay, they actually managed to take Bogon Kulut. We're now engaging them with the 9th Division. I'm doing good as well. I made a bit of a mistake, I think, last time when I just triggered a bit too quickly. the conflict with China because I wasn't ready. So that was April 10, 1937. I've spent the better part of April and early May redeploying troops from the 5th Army over here and the Northern Army over here to the southwest, as well as from the mainland over. But now we have a force here, an army group with totaling 18 divisions, even some light armor, and we are preparing to, yes, right now we can do it. The idea is to take Shanghai. As you can see, we are gathering military intelligence, so we know, at least of some of the ports, we know the strength of the defending forces. So here we actually only have 4 militia brigades defending Shanghai. So that's what we're going for. And the invasion will be covered by these 2 squadrons, a carrier squadron and a heavy cruiser squadron. We can actually support this invasion. The rest of the air assets sitting around are light fighters and some transports, except for here we have medium bombers. We'll forward deploy them for the moment. The invasion force consists of 2 infantry divisions and a marine infantry division. We'll move them into position as well as soon as we have the covering force out. Shanghai should be taken shortly. That'll progress over here. It's good as well. Yeah, so I triggered the war with not enough support, but I was able to pull together a respectable force, and I still have the 3rd Army in Taiwan with 3 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry divisions that I can throw into any front line where I feel they are needed. So the transports unloaded, I believe, yes, the freshly formed infantry division. Yep, looking pretty good. There's one problem. This cavalry division, this motorized, the motorized infantry division is in the wrong corps. Okay, much better. 10th corps is the light armor corps. 8th corps is the invasion force. Okay, I think we're happy. And then 2nd army is taking care of the northern part of the or portion of the front. Let's attack with the 3rd Division. Make sure that this works out. We have to drive the Chinese back here. They took some Japanese territory in the north. I'm basically fine with it. As long as we are breaking through in the south. Now our covering force seems to have arrived, so we can move out with the transports. Preparing for the invasion. We have some air battles going on. Nothing too serious. Chinese are frantically redeploying troops and throwing the 3rd Division into the Battle of Kwagon-Kulut. Seems to be doing the trick. Crossing the river. Some Chinese transports. 2nd Corps HQ should probably redeploy. Okay, we're driving the Chinese back. The invasion force has arrived. Let's get to work. So 1 infantry division will take this province. And 2 divisions will take this province. It would be nice to have additional reserve forces, because it looks like the division that protected Nantong just ran. We could ship in anything, basically. Would help. Here it also looks like we've routed the Chinese defenses. To me it looks like we immediately take advantage of this. I will have to wait here for the divisions to reorganize. Changshu is working well, not so much Dongyang. Only one of our divisions attacking 2 militia divisions. But we are in here, so Let's move to attack Shanghai immediately. Let's move some transports. Can ship in divisions from the 3rd Army to properly occupy Shanghai. Yeah, it looks like we've definitely routed the Japanese. Once these divisions will have reorganized, we'll mount a larger counterattack in the north. The breakthrough here is working and we're approaching Jinan, a city. Now we are, that's one of the problems. We have 3 divisions here. And they were actually detached from the 5th Army and the Northern Army along the border with the Soviet Union. So they don't have a headquarter. In either case, we are going to need them further south. So we'll send them forward to Beiping. Here we're still trying to land. We will soon have support. In form of the 5th Infantry Division under Major General Orechika. And we spotted a convoy on the Ningbo-San Francisco route, which seemed too heavily escorted for attack. It's interesting. That's pretty much out in the open ocean, past our tight naval screen. If I'm seeing this correctly. This means we should deploy additional forces for convoy raiding. No problem, we can do that. Now let's offer some support here. We also have the port, so we could just abort the attack and move into the port. We also didn't really make use where did the hold on, where did the convoys? Too much happening at the same time. Right, so let's give our troops a bit of support around the city in form of ground attacks. And now that we have the airport here, we can redeploy these medium bombers. Okay, and we need to turn our attention back to this part of the front. Problem is that we're running thin on divisions now. First of all, we'll counterattack into this province as soon as we have regained most of our organization. We have some forces here. Yeah, let's attack into this province. Could be a quick campaign here. Overwhelming forces. We have forward deployed our air force here. What's the next step here? Securing rivers is always a good thing. Maybe we should have... we can go for a blitz type campaign, trying to seize important cities. Seizing cities is taking IC. Speaking of which, we should maybe... Where is their IC at? Maybe we should just carpet bomb whatever strategic targets we can find. Let's try this for a while, see what happens. While the medium bombers will provide interdiction in the vicinity of the landing. I like that. I think here's what we're going to do. We're going to move in the 3 infantry divisions and the 3rd Army HQ into Shanghai. Pull out the invasion force and try to get a second port, maybe this one with the airbase, Fushu. Or this one, Tsingtao first. Yeah, I think that's better. So to do that, we will load 3 infantry divisions plus the army HQ. Can be executed as a transport because we still have the transports here. So in the north we're pushing Chinese forces back. We'll move up with the expeditionary force. We're taking a break here with these divisions to have them reorganize. I mean, that's not exactly the type of light armor divisions that I'd be building. They are pretty effective against Chinese troops. We lost a province. Okay, so one of our infantry divisions has been cut off. That's okay. We'll support the attack here. That was a bit careless of me, and I clicked away a message I shouldn't have. So we've improved anti-submarine warfare tactics. We're now ahead of time. There is something else that we can research. That is the light tank chassis. October, November 1st. The next technology that will finish is heavy fighters. We're improving fleet submarine doctrine, giving us more useful submarines, improving anti-tank guns to current levels. We're improving on electronic engineering. I intend to research these technologies, air search radar, giving us great air force. Okay, we're driving the Chinese back. Ready. It's good. Here we are attacking with our 2 light armor divisions. And the newly created 11th Corps arrived in Yongqing. 3 additional infantry divisions. Trying not to create too much of a chaos here. Yep, exactly what I'm talking about. So the first corps is completely spread out. We'll send it this way to link up. And maybe we should also have the HQ move up. Second core. Yeah, they will deploy to the south, towards the south as well. Well, that's first core though. What's going on with second core? That's actually okay. That's actually acceptable. Let's say. We'll pull back. Yeah, we'll reshuffle some divisions in order to keep the core somewhat linked up. Let's check in on our production as well. What's the next unit to finish? August 15, that comes in here. August 27, right here. Okay, so a support brigade, a marine infantry regiment, carrier, slowly increasing our force. The Third Army has arrived. No, hold on. First we have to spread out. Occupy this province. While we're here, we could try to expand the bridgehead a little bit. Okay, here we have linked up again. It's good. Our reorganization is going very slowly here, but supplies are good, so far I don't see any reason to deploy my transports. And speaking of which, yeah, I'm building another wing of long-range bombers. I'm trying, in this campaign I'm trying to keep up my practicals in pretty much all categories of units that I can train or build. Trying to see what third corps is up to. Okay, so far I'm pretty happy. Okay, we're taking this coastal province. It would be nice, I think, to have something like this. Have this Hongshu province as well, because it'll be easier to defend the river. Towards pretty much any neighboring province, as we can see over here. This province will have a river attack penalty, this one Hushu as well. So that's a good province to be controlling. I think it should be possible. We can launch a probing attack here. By the way, we can for the moment reattach. Can we ship in? Yeah, we did. Let's detach these two units. For a moment. Freeing up some space so we can just briefly attach the 8th Corps to the 3rd Army. And we can launch a probing attack here to see if we have a realistic chance of taking this province as well. Wuxi. It doesn't look too bad. We're attacking a garrison and a militia division with one Japanese marine division. We are taking back this province. Yeah, owning all these fortified provinces here will be a very nice bridgehead. Once we have this, I hope, yeah, I think we should be able to cover this with the forces that we landed. We have researched the heavy fighters, which we can now construct. And we can improve escort fighters. But those are the two divisions that I would like to keep for the invasion later on. So as soon as these divisions have the 3rd and the 6th have moved into Tsushu, we will attack Hongshu. And then I'll pull back the invasion force and head for Qingdao, which is already being abandoned. Let's try to drive the Chinese back across this river. The light armor would move south. I don't want to send them into the hills necessarily. Now we're being counterattacked. Going on with the reorganization here. They're taking their sweet time. Second Corps. Yeah, we need to move this division south. It's a very strong one with infantry support tanks. Too good to be sitting on some hills here. Then we'll move to take control of this triangle between the two rivers here. And I think here we'll attack this way, south, pretty much straight south. That would mean I need an infantry division. Occupying the spot where the two light armor divisions are sitting. Maybe I can do this with the 11th Corps. Eventually. So this division can move up. What's going on here? Some transports again. Chinese are redeploying more units to the north, thereby abandoning additional ports. The Soviet Union still putting up a strong fight, countering our spies. Reinforce this attack, and we should decide on another, because we have finished escort fighters, actually, we should decide on another research project. Let's knock mountain infantry out of the way. And we are winning pretty much every battle right now. Okay, so third corps will be tasked with securing this triangle between the rivers. Second corps is currently deployed right outside Beiping. I will cancel the mission for these medium bombers there. And we have a bunch of light bombers who aren't doing anything right now. Why don't we have them ground attack in the vicinity? Maybe here in the north. And what's the plan here? Let's take this province here. Okay. Not battle is going well as well. And in the south, let's take control of Hangshu. Support brigade has finished. A massive attack is taking place in Hongshu. Commander Wiki fighting Shangdulun. Well, 4 Japanese divisions pretty much stomping. Chinese forces, but why? Your naval striking. I don't understand why they aren't ground attacking here. Oh, that's two different carrier groups. Okay, Hongshu is ours. Bring in the 11th Infantry Division. So eventually we'll be able to pull back the Marines. Some Chinese are bombing, that's okay. We have spare fighter wings. We can fly in. I also want to know what so they're currently, or long-range bombers are currently bombing in Nanjing, current Chinese capital. We're here, destroying IC. And it looks like they're not taking a lot of damage. Support brigade has finished. This means fill up this infantry division. We're just waiting for one more infantry regiment to finish training. The next one will be available by the end of August. Yeah, carrier will finish about a month. We still have the decisions to improve our some of our ships. We have won this battle over here, driving back more Chinese forces. We're being counterattacked immediately. exactly is Third Corps doing? Let's reinforce this portion of the front here. Okay, Hongshu should be ours in a bit. Pull these divisions back, the 2nd and 5th, in preparation of the invasion of Qingdao. We're also in the course of redeploying a fighter. A fighter squadron. I think we can't get them across the ocean. I will have to eat the loss in organization. Yeah, they do. Anyway, let's have them on air interception around the city. We're doing further damage to the Chinese trade fleet. Good. Now I'd like to push them back in the north. Somehow this division is not gaining organization at all. They are getting all the supplies pretty much that they need. I'm not quite sure why that is. But we can do something else. Just ignore this division for the moment. Should be an easy battle anyway. And then we have a spy that got caught in Tanutuva. I didn't even know I had spies there. And we have the crisis of the Hirota cabinet. Koki Hirota's government has been unable to deal with the problems facing Japan. He should be replaced. Cent is never interesting. We are already at war with the Republic of China, so gaining 10 threat on them doesn't really mean anything either, so we'll just select this option. And I think the paternal autocrats, Jose, in power anyway. Yeah. We have to fracture government because we have a lot of these blue party members, social conservatives in power. Nice. That's a problem. We're still losing oil and resources, rare materials. That's why I like this guy. Otherwise, we could select the air superiority proponent, Kawasaki Tokukichi, in order to increase unity in the cabinet. Say. Who else can we replace? We could replace 5% leader modifier that we have here. There are a few different people that we could select here, but they are not, don't really offer benefit. We could, what happens if we select somebody more conservative? Or more right-wing, I should say. That's the Kokumin Dome fascists. Man of the people. It gives us also 5% leadership modifier. But I don't think we have, yeah, we do have 2 fascists in power. Chief of the Navy and Chief of the Air Force. So yeah, let's replace this guy with this guy. Maybe we can bring down the fractured government penalty. And then we have 5% research efficiency, which is a nice bonus. I will leave him in place for now, but it is an option to go for naval intel maybe. And the chief of staff, I think he will stay in place because that's the doctrine that we're going for. And that's a very nice bonus, the organization regain rate. Supply consumption minus 10% is a nice bonus for the Chief of Army. Could switch over to this guy, I suppose. Actually, that's... we'll keep Inan Basatoru in power. Let's keep moving on. Good evening or good day, wherever you are, whatever time it is. Michi C. How are you doing? Okay, the battles are still going well. We should finally... Yep, we are pushing back various Chinese forces in the north, and hope that this battle comes to a conclusion soon. Well, so we can pull back our invasion force and head for Tsingtao. They have voluntarily retreated from Mandlatsum. So we'll move up here as well. Finally, Wuxi is won. These two, the 3rd and 6th Division, will dig in here. They have actually a level 2 land fort here, which is nice. Chinese infantry division hit in Mandlatsum, shouldn't be a problem. Let's see if we can push the Chinese back here, just north of Jinan. Feel that the forces here are somewhat weak. We'll, after we pull out the invasion force, only 3 division will be here to defend Shanghai. Wait 9 more hours until the 17th Division can support attack on Yusheng. How is Hearts of Iron 3? I suppose you want a comparison to Hearts of Iron 4. And I would say in comparison to Hearts of Iron 4 it's more... But the disclaimer is I haven't played Hearts of Iron 4 and my knowledge of Hearts of Iron 4 is basically... is probably outdated as well. Hearts of Iron 4 is out now for a couple of years as well. And I hope and I assume, and some people have told me, that it has improved a lot since it first came out. But in the beginning, I was very disappointed of Hearts of Iron 4, so in my opinion Hearts of Iron 3 is better in that it's more complex and more historically accurate. And from what I hear, Hearts of Iron 4 also has problems with the AI, and I would never say that the Hearts of Iron 3 AI is impressive. Doesn't really know how to do things, so the mod team and even the players sometimes really have to help the AI to make good decisions. But overall, I would say that given how the game works in Hearts of Iron 3, the AI is stronger, not that it's actually stronger, but it can work better with whatever it has. Maybe that's extensive scripting. I don't know how they've done it, and what proportion of the AI capabilities have to be assigned to the mod team, and what proportion to the original developers. But I would say that HoI3 HPP gives you more interesting games. Of course, you can also have now I'm playing as Japan. If I switch over to the map mode where we see the political borders, and China early on tried to invade here. They came with 3 or 4 cruisers, a destroyer flotilla, and 1 transport. They tried to invade here. And that's not probably something that would really have happened. And as far as I know, similar things can happen in Hearts of Iron 4, where the AI tries to do completely unrealistic invasions, or abandons entire fronts to, you know, garrison 1 port or 1 airbase. Things like that. They of course also happen in Hearts of Iron 3. We have improved the fleet submarine. Giving us better sea attack and positioning. Now, technology is ahead of time. And this was this. Yeah, this was here. What do we research now? June of 1937, and I think we're running pretty much out of projects. Could improve the destroyer design principle. Everything else is pretty much up to date. Could invest more into spies, theoretically. Or we could upgrade our fighters. I think I'll go for this. We have a Marine Brigade that finished. Nice. Wait for the next one, and then start forming the next Marine Division. Okay. Looks like there is another province that the Chinese abandoned. Let's see if we can occupy it. Nope. What I want to do is this. Move these divisions. In order to free up the armor core. So we can keep moving. And now we're slowly running out of divisions. But I think we can still keep pushing back the Chinese. I think we can try bring down this front. Further we go west in the north, the poorer the infrastructure gets, and fighting will become easier for us, especially with these low technology forces that we have in the north. Wouldn't be ideal terrain for tanks and motorized infantry, but for regular infantry we should have absolute dominance in the north. Bring back the Marines and then let's try the invasion. In theory we can go through the order of battle through our commanders. Make sure we don't have any overqualified others. Okay, we have a few skill 3 division commanders, a skill 5 division commander. A good opportunity. Mount. Promote Yamashita Tomoyuki, who used to command the 1st Light Armor Division. Became commander of the Light Armor Corps, the 10th Corps. Actually, we do get some military intel on the Soviet Union. Which tells me they are somewhat fighting back. We're keeping them on their toes. China is not fighting back at all. Let's see if we can disrupt their national unity a bit. China is building light cruisers. That's not smart. Let's check in on convoy warfare. The submarine flotilla will redeploy here. Convoy raiding here in the south, rather. This destroyer flotilla is now very useful here because we're not killing any convoys recently here. Redeploy it to Taiwan. And then use it for convoy raiding further south. So the 10th Corps can be relieved, now free for further attacks. I'm not sure whether we should push along the coast or try to cross the river and try to take this city. The good thing is there are no Chinese counterattacks, so they consider us pretty strong. Hold on. Yeah. We're progressing pretty fast here. Okay, so now China would actually be willing to make peace, but they would want one of our provinces. That's not going to happen. Anyway, we need to get more rare materials. Poland is willing to sell. No, not fuel though. Maybe Turkey. What about the Soviet Union? About the Iraq? What about Romania? Difficult. Much more difficult than I imagined. Yes, the Soviet Union accepted a trade. And we should train some diplomats eventually. And we are wasting IC in production. We haven't been building medium planes. We could get started on the first wing of heavy fighters. Let's do it. Finish the research for better anti-tank guns and naval air control. We're not going to research the next level immediately. Or maybe we should research Arctic warfare equipment. You never know. What about naval air control? Nope, we're not going to research that immediately. What to do here? Let's focus on naval aviation. And I think we should commission the next battleship, a modern battleship, rather soon. Attack the next province, Handan. And here let's see if we can invade Qingdao. We now have coal storing problems, okay. And let's try this again. Flanking the city from two sides. See if we can push further south and west. Where's the invasion going? Doing reasonably well. It's the carrier air fleet doing. Okay, let's take the city. As soon as possible. PRC mountain infantry is here as well. Our defense here is well dug in. High under Japanese control, and soon will Qingdao be under Japanese control, and then I think the next step is to link up the landing in Qingdao with the main invasion. That end, we should wrap up the northern campaign. We'll keep the Chinese on their toes by driving them forward. Well, or keep driving them away. That's the general idea. We have reasonable military intelligence of the Soviet Union along our border, but not in the rest of their empire. Also don't know what's going on in the ports. We're getting low on domestic spies. Let's give up some leadership for better counter-espionage. Let's do this. We'll give up some officer training for this for the moment. Do we even have air-to-air battles? Doesn't look like it. No. No sign of any hostile air activity. Not quite sure what our heavy bombers are doing. We're bombing Nanjing again. Are they taking any damage? Hardly any. Okay, we've taken the port. That means moving with the transports. Theoretically, we could also move over some additional planes. Which we don't have any at the moment. And we have some naval bombers here, which aren't doing much. So we can use them in a ground attack capacity. Okay, now it's time to cross the river. I think the next target should be Yinan. Winning on all fronts, pretty much. We're being counterattacked in the vicinity of Tsingtao. The first Japanese naval assault division is defending against some militia and cavalry. Okay, the counteroffensive in the north comes to a halt as we're running out of infrastructure. Let's see if we can cross the river. And here further south as well. Soviet Union catching a lot of our spies. But we're advancing pretty much at will. On the entire front. Holding on firmly to Shanghai. Now let's aggressively use the Air Force in this area to link up our forces. We control the Chichli Gulf, I suppose. Not sure how that's pronounced. Gives us some additional manpower, some money, and some more threat. And we finish a technology, the light bombers. At +10 in organization. On the Battle of Zhangjiakou. Was somewhere in the north. Losing very few troops, just a dozen. We have an almost triple. We almost have triple the number of troops. Portugal stops buying our energy. Coal. We have another battle here further south. Looks like we'll soon cross this river. I don't think this motorized infantry division should move away from here. Not yet, anyway. We have some serious coal storing problems. Let me quickly check on the trade settings for this resource. I'm gonna try a 50% stockpile target, see if we can sell some coal. What we need most is rare materials and oil. Let me see if we can obtain some. That's very difficult to obtain. Let's try to get some oil as well. That's equally difficult. Australia. The next carrier finished. Brilliant. We have a good commander here. Yes, rebased carrier, that's what I wanted. We only have one air commander left over. I think we'll have to switch over at some time. Okay, we're moving our troops south as we're running out of infrastructure here. Let's see. Can push west further. No. This is what I wanted. Now we're across the river, that's great. So the city should be ours soon. He's skill 4 division commander, but he's involved in battle. We have a skill 4 commander here as well. And we don't have too many division commanders at the moment available. Third corps is in the danger of being split up somewhat. It's now flanking 10th Corps here. Just 2 garrison brigades defending Yunnan, so it's time to attack there. Let's wait another day until 23rd and 17th Division are ready. Speaking of which... What of infantry divisions do we have? It's the highest number. It looks like number 23 is the highest right now. Here, 19, 20, etc., etc. So this one will be number 24. What do we call our infantry divisions? Yep, I looked it up actually. So this word here, like Kiku, Sho, Okay, Asa, Tora, etc., etc. Those are just nouns like mountain, beach, etc., etc. So they had like the beach division, the city division, the sun division, the day division, the night division, etc., etc. We'll call this the 24th HoI3 and maybe one day we'll be able to find a designator like this one. Give it a better name. We have improved naval engineering. It's good. Helps us with improving naval research. We'll keep researching it. And we sink transport in the Gulf of Tonkin. And here as well. Check in on production. A wing of light fighters soon finish. What's the next? We're producing at 60% for... Another infantry brigade will finish eventually. And this actually is an entire infantry division, the 10th. It's weird, we might have the 10th already in our order of battle somewhere. 3, 6, 7, 2nd, 5th. Now the third army is also attached to the Chinese theater, as it should be. So we have the first, I don't see, oh yeah, the 10th already exists. And for some reason we have, yeah, it's a different one. 10th Kurogane Infantry Division. This one is named differently for some reason. I will bring order into that later on. Chinese counterattack. Can't let this happen. We're also running thin a bit. Anyway, we've crossed into the city. These two divisions, over the river, these two divisions are ready. So let's move in. We're here. Push ahead. We have a whole bunch of units here. Way too many, actually. I'm thinking of moving this entire corps further south. There's really not much resistance coming from Japan, from China. See. I'll spread out the 10th Corps. And then support this attack. Improving repair workshops, which are now ahead of time. This was in theory. Okay. We want to go for rockets. Just general nautical, aeronautic engineering. In August of 1937. I don't see any urgent. Let's knock the destroyer design principle out of the way. Weirdly, we can't take this province without giving up another one. That's how they are arranged here in this area. Okay, finally Shuanha is taken. Our engine is proofed again. Brilliant. We're not building any more battle cruisers, so there's not going to be research in terms of bombers. We're up to date. Fighters as well. Industry. Same thing. No secrets unlocked yet. How about could improve destroyers for convoy hunting. Or we could improve our close air support ground crews. Let's do this. Chinese are frantically redeploying troops, especially around Shanghai. Doesn't bother us too much. Guangxi hasn't joined the Nationalist China Alliance. Neither has the Yunnan clique. Xinjiang is also neutral yet, or still. But Xibei Sanmao is not. I think it's time we take Jiangxi out of the picture. Poorly trained commanders don't make it easy. Okay, now we're running into some supply issues. Moderate ones, I would say. We'll try to use our transports. We have won another battle. And more importantly, we have an additional wing of and we have 4 units of IC available. Question is what to build. Let's get some convoys in from time to time. We should commission a modern battleship. In my opinion. Yep, do it. It'll be slow in the beginning, of course. But that's just how things are. Yep. The PB it is. How about the battles? Yep, winning pretty much every battle. Easily. There's a counterattack here. Finally, with some sort of Chinese forces. Pretty much doomed from the start. Now let's check in on intelligence game. They're now putting some effort into counter-espionage. Their national unity is sinking. Depending on how accurate the information is. The Soviet Union killed all our spies. Just keep the pressure up. Okay, supplies dropping here as well. Not quite sure what the issue is. We have more transports, I believe. Yep, more transports here. Let's just fly them closer. And see if we can fly in some more supplies. We should keep moving in the north, of course. Finally, our stockpiles in oil and rare materials are increasing. Yep, we should be pulling out the 9th Corps here. We have too many troops here. Are not even necessary. Okay, we've captured another port. We now control the north northern shore of this river completely. We even have a bridgehead across it here. Okay, now it's safe to pull out the 9th Corps. Here. Further south, we're stretched thin a bit here. Maybe I can take out the light armor here. Take them out of the front line. Are we approaching? Not really. We're not really approaching Nanjing yet. Other infantry regiment is ready. This will go into the 24th Infantry Division. We should probably find leader here. Then this division will be complete. Destroyer design principles finished. Cancel this research as we're now up to date. Let's get a better convoy rating for destroyers. Now in terms of commander, we're a bit of a pickle as it seems. For some reason there are not enough commanders in the game for every Japanese division. It's weird. Maybe we should just degrade some commanders. Why not? Let's load up this division and ship it over. I think my close air support might run out of range eventually. Our heavy bombers should still be ruining Chinese infrastructure. Anyway, we should continue. Finally, the light armor is engaging the enemy again. I have to say, these infantry divisions with infantry support tanks are extremely strong. Very happy with their performance. I'm trying to surround Jingshu so we can occupy that city as well. Eventually 8 Corps will have to swing around again. Push further along the coast. And provinces fall in quick succession. I'm surprised at the small number of divisions I need here. Keep pushing. I thought I was going to need more. This core will redeploy further to the south. Improved a couple of technologies. An infantry will finish in fall in 2 months. Let's go on here. December 1729. This one needs. Okay. Naval aviation doctrine, fighter defense doctrine, more electronic engineering, infantry tank role, and so on. Those are the next projects to finish here. That's good. Our officer ratio is still rising. We don't have a lot of diplomats and manpower is falling. Our production. The Yamato is under construction, but production is only progressing at 60%. However, the pretty good November. Need to switch around those two. this. Okay, so the next thing to finish is an additional infantry division. That will free up 12 IC. By the end of October we'll have a total of 23 IC, 24 IC maybe. That's a lot. But maybe we should keep building some industry. Maybe some other air units. Surface units as well, maybe, like cruisers, warriors. Although we do have a lot of destroyer flotillas at the moment. No battles going on, that's unacceptable. We should be attacking the city here. We should be pushing in the north. So we are outflanked here. Means we can't advance further at the moment. We're improving naval aviation doctrine. Do we keep researching it? Yes, we do. Army air command structure. No, we cancel this one. Probably also close air support pilot training. Yeah. Instead, about getting this one. And this one. Yep, that sounds good. Problem is we are not really encircling a lot of enemy troops. We're just pushing them back. But given the low troop density that we have, encirclements aren't yet possible. You can just try to get some territory. We should probably also think about invading another port. Hong Kong. Not Hong Kong, but Guangzhou, right next to Hong Kong. But we would need a few more divisions to... The 8th Corps was usually our invasion force. With one Marine Division and 2nd and 5th Infantry Division. With their assault engineer battalions. So for another invasion it would be nice to be able to replace this, to relieve this corps from frontline duty here. But maybe if we stretch out our remaining cores, this will be possible. Up here we're outflanked, which means we can't advance at the moment. Okay. Being counterattacked. Some People's Republic forces. First time we're seeing some actual military resistance. But even the counterattacks are given up pretty quickly. Okay, finally we're able to pull second core south, where it belongs. Now here, let's try this again. Not working. Okay, Shaanxi capitulated, that solves some problems. And we conquered it. That gets rid of all their units. It's good. We have some People's Republics divisions to deal with. Bulgaria no longer sells crude oil. Okay. That's acceptable at the moment. For some reason we're receiving a lot of... This is possible. Apparently we're receiving 1300 units. Rare materials, how possible? Maybe it has to do with the date, it being the end of the month. It's possible that some conversion events take place by the engine at this time. A refinery bonus or something. this Chinese infantry division will quickly be dealt with. They're out of supplies, unable to move. That helps us. Next river to cross to regain initiative along the coast. I believe this is the core that we need to replace the landing core over here. We'll strategically redeploy them. What else? Oh, we have something must have finished. Reason we have 4 IC available. Or we're through with upgrades. October 7, by the end of the month, we'll have 10, 14 and a half, 19, 29, over 30 IC available. It's a lot. So continue building 2 units of industrial capacity. Takes care of about 9 out of 30. Leaves us 21 IC. Naval bombers, I think. 13 and a half IC, which leaves us with about 8 IC. Maybe some transports, warriors, light cruiser, something like this. Some transports and a light cruiser. I think that sounds good. Hold on. Means though that we can commission, or we can order the patrol bombers. Very well. We're crossing the river here. Excellent. We might have lost some metal trades. Take care of this. We also have to train diplomats eventually. Okay, so we don't need to go further west here because of a lack of infrastructure. However, we can pull the expeditionary force south. And 4th Corps will then be tasked with an attack on the People's Republic's territory in the north first. And here should actually be able to get closer. And here we've crossed the river easily, so now we can push west. Let's take a look at the terrain. Improving electronic engineering. Eventually we should be able to build radars and to develop radars for planes. The 10th Corps will head back east, where we have slightly better infrastructure. Here we will relieve the Naval Invasion Corps, the 8th Corps with 2nd Corps. And let's see if we can't. Problem is right now that the commander of the 1st Japanese Naval Assault Division doesn't have the marine trait. So I do know we have some marines somewhere. Example. We have one here, commanding a cavalry division, currently stationed in Taiwan. Counterattack. We have others. We have other marines. The commander of the 20th Infantry Division is a marine. And the commander of 23rd is also marine. Let's. Oh, here we have a paratrooper. Pretty good commanders. Commander of the army group could have a higher skill. Can we promote all the army commanders a higher skill? So maybe we should promote one of those. What's going on in terms of battles? being beaten back here. Something must have finished. Are we continuing electronic engineering research? Yes, we are. Still in 1937. It's pretty much all covered here. Let's get some either Air Force doctrines or an additional theory. Not terribly interested in rockets or nuclear physics. Let's get some aeronautic engineering. The 10th Infantry Division is finished. Finished training. Needs a commander, of course. We'll let it organize itself and fully mobilize. And for this division, we are waiting for 3 infantry brigades that are being trained here. Will take some more time. We'll get there eventually. But we are wasting 4 IC. We said we're going to build naval bombers. They will be replaced with 2 IC, so question is transports, destroyers or light cruiser. In terms of IC, they are pretty much all the same, although transports would be closest. Also transports finish the fastest. Are the techs up to date? Yep, they are. So I think it's going to be a light cruiser. Because it takes longest to finish. We are in some trouble here. However, reinforcements are arriving. Trying to get this infantry division across. Problem is it's not fully organized. Let's cancel the attack for a moment. Right here we wanted to pull back the light armor. And going on here, why is like they're asleep? So get moving. Going on here. Some sort of counterattack. And we have reached another river to cross. The attack here stopped. Can we... yeah, the idea is to pull back the 8 core eventually, completely out of the front, so that we can mount another naval invasion further south. Now we need to fly these light bombers further south. Clicking on the order. You. Yep, good. This looks like the next river crossing again. Yeah, let's pull the Marine Division back to the harbor here. And now we have the first rebel problems. That's okay, we'll bring in a light cavalry division. To police the rear areas. And let's select some targets for the light bombers. That's pretty much the max range from this airbase. We urgently need a closer one. Good night, Roy. Thanks for stopping by. Take care, and see you soon. Okay, one unit of industrial capacity finished. Let's build up industry in the south. Going to have to take a very quick break to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. All right, let's keep going for a few more weeks or months. Something else must have finished. So what's the next thing we're building? I do like the infantry support tanks. In my infantry divisions. I have them in a few of them. They prove to be pretty effective. So that's an option. Now let's get another one of those battalions. It's wrong here, shouldn't be a brigade, should be a battalion. Yep, let's keep going like this. And we have a few units in poor supply. Yep, we need to take care of these rebels. And over here we need to attack into People's Republic. And we do have medium bombers somewhere. Let's see. We'll rebase them to the former Chinese capital of Beiping. And then use them to support the attacks here. The People's Republic of China. I think we pretty much have air superiority, so we don't have to pay too much attention. Now what is the next target? Next target should be Nanjing. I believe is the current Chinese capital. So generally this way, with our light armor and fast forces, motorized infantry, so on. And we are again wasting IC. get some transports in. Troop transports. It's never something you have too many of. Where's my cavalry? And we can select the tank doctrine for 1940. Tank doctrine determines the role of armored units in our army. The old school of generals say that the role of the tank should be supporting the infantry. Proponents of armored Schwerpunkt say that tanks should be used for achieving breakthroughs in the enemy line by concentrating our armor on a single point on the front. The third possibility is to use machine and man to supplement each other, but that would require the use of mobile infantry units capable of keeping up with the armored formations. We'll stick with the infantry support role. Yeah, the Chinese really don't stand a chance against these infantry divisions with the infantry support tank. That just... I don't know if it... explained somewhere. Well, the leader skill combined are bonus 3% experience, another 14.3%. We have piercing attack, we have armor. Yep, it's just can't deal with it somehow. That makes for an easy campaign here. By the way, we have a few garrison divisions that we can distribute, and we need more to garrison all of our ports in the Pacific. So I suppose that's another thing we'll be training eventually, is garrison divisions. The problem is we're running low on manpower. Going to be one of the first technologies. We'll research agriculture, boost our manpower again. Let's see if we can occupy Wuhan. And we now have a veteran army, faster organization regain rate, and land organization. Let's see if we can get the next port. I think China is out of transports. There is no more enemy transports being sunk. cancel these convoy raiding missions. Most part. And there is a law that you can improve from mixed industry to, nope, from full mobilization, no, what is major, we can, from an intermediate industrial power, we can move up to a major industrial power, thereby gaining 2 in leadership. Do it. This means you can attribute more to research and officer training. You can also train up a few diplomats quickly. We are wasting 16 in IC because we finished some long-range bombers. How is it running for me? It's actually, the invasion of China is going extremely well, especially considering the fact that I kind of messed up a bit on that. It was a decision to take after a certain date passes, which I believe is late in March 1937. And if you have enough troops concentrated along the Chinese-Japanese border here, then you can trigger an event which is called the Marco Polo Bridge incident, which then provokes a war with China. And I triggered that event without really preparing myself. So I had a lot of my divisions were... let's check this out actually. This is the army group that I'm using. And now it has 3 armies, 9 corps and 29 divisions under it. And when the war started, actually I only had 7 divisions here. That's it. That was all of it. So... and yeah, so I thought I was in a bit of trouble because I wasn't prepared, and considering that, it's actually going quite well now. I have some rebel problems here, but I'll be able to take care of those briefly. Now I've finished constructing another squadron of heavy bombers. Where did they go? Fetch them somewhere. Oh, Oh, I attached them to the... That's okay. We're in this strategic bomber air fleet here. Don't be confused by these Roman numerals. They don't represent levels. Those are the older ones. The ones that I already had. And this is the new one. So for some reason... Although this one says it doesn't have a large fuel tank. This one has it. It's the armament. Heavy bomber armament is the same. This one does have the large bomb, and this one doesn't have. Bomber and ground crew trainings are the same. Airframe is the same. Okay, so I must have I was building this one without having researched certain technology, so it should be upgraded by itself. Now the question is, what are we putting into the queue? I'm looking at submarines. Sure. How about some more planes? Maybe some more transports. Light bombers are an option. Heavy fighters have good air attack, excellent air defense. Some soft attack. They're a bit more expensive to build. They don't take as long. Much faster, have much more range. Use less supplies, less fuel. Maybe let's go with some more fighters. Hold on, we didn't. Yes. First, we need to do this. Build a bit more IC again. And then we're left with only 2. IC. In that case, maybe let's get some light fighters. to run at full speed in terms of production. That's all correct. Here. Okay. So we'll slow down the Yamato. Maybe that's not ideal. It'll be okay in a few days. We've finally taken care of these rebels. Okay, 2 more research projects are possible. At the moment. We could research medium tanks. And maybe we should. With one of them. Everything is up to date here and here. About improving chemical engineering. Yeah, why not? So we're making full use of our leadership. Getting some more oil would be great. For some reason the offensive has stopped here. And we're now able to train mountain infantry. That's great. And frees up another research project. Let's improve our ground attack. So we're now able to build mountaineers or train mountaineers, train mountain infantry. How are they better than regular infantry? I have 1 of combat wit instead of 0. I believe is really a negative. I have less soft attack. Same hard attack. Same piercing attack. 0 armor. Defensiveness is less again. Toughness same. Air defense is the same. Speed is the same. Fashion is less. They use more supplies. Same amount of fuel. Use more officers. Cost more IC. Use more manpower. Take more time to train. But of course they do have a bonus moving in the mountains. So eventually we'll train some mountain infantry regiments. How many can we train in total? 18. Currently, this would give us 6 divisions in a triangular setup. And then we can add support. Okay. Of course, we can also upgrade regular infantry. Check in on my transport carrying more garrison units to the Pacific. So the invasion here worked. What happened to... So somehow it seems I invaded only with the infantry divisions. Okay. Now the important thing is that we have the port and the airbase. Trying to occupy Wuhan as well. And we finally made it into the People's Republic. Which is interesting, at least. We have a few more ports that should have garrison division, namely Delta 1. And some others. Marcus Island as well. And up here, I believe this is called Sakhalin, the island. Again, we're absolutely dominating. Despite a hefty terrain penalty. Wuhan is under Japanese control. Although we actually said that Nanjing is the target. And it seems I crashed the game somehow. That's unfortunate. I apologize for that. But I'm going to actually use this to end the stream. As it is getting quite late and I'll have to restore the save game. Anyway, I want to thank everybody who stopped by, and I'll see you soon for the next stream. Take care and see you soon.